оковы вечно не стереть. Влечение к жизни, сердце огонь, но темный путь ему не сужден. Волшебный мир, где мечты сбываются, стрим начинается, чудеса встречаются. Крики фанатов, магия в воздухе, сражения яркие, без проигрыша. Телефон в сердце своем несет муку, но в мире здесь радость, вновь встретим друг друга. Влечение к жизни все падает, в течение, в тишине он бродит. В его глазах отражена печаль, судьба оковы вечно не стереть. Влечение к жизни, к сердцу огонь, но темный путь ему не сужден. Волшебный мир, где мечты сбываются, стрим начинается, чудеса встречаются. Крики фанатов, магия в воздухе, сражения яркие, без проигрыша. Телефон в сердце своем несет муку, но в мире здесь радость, вновь встретим друг друга. Крики фанатов, магия в воздухе, сражения яркие, без проигрыша. Телефон в сердце своем несет муку, но в мире здесь радость, вновь встретим друг друга. Крики фанатов, магия в воздухе, сражения яркие, без проигрыша. Телефон в сердце своем несет муку, но в мире здесь радость, вновь встретим друг друга. Зовите всех, пусть начнется игра. Герои в бою, лишь судьба велика. Стрим начался, и с ним мир откроется. Сирев, не бойся, пусть жизнь подарится. Сирев.
Так, Мария, привет. Как вы сейчас могли понять, сегодня очень запустил стрим, потому что потом, после этого, то есть в обед мне надо будет идти по делам и вернуться, скорее всего, в 4. 5. Поэтому мы сейчас запустим. Так, здесь что? Я забыл как есть в этом Геншине. Опять может сделать вот так? Мотоцикл. Блин. Так, ну смотрите, вообще, к чему будем делать? Мы просто раз, ну-ка, я точно, когда выходили с вами, мы остановились вот тут, этому, по сюжету. Но сегодня мы не пойдем именно по сюжету, а будем делать вот эти вот. Сейчас вот это вот надо нам сделать, чтобы получить. Ну ладно, вот это типа комбинезон, думаю, не нужно. Вот это прикольно. Ну, ведь сложно было получить, но больше всего я хочу получить вот это вот хочу. И так сделаем вот это вот событие. Так, поехали.
Is that Davia over there? Oh, it's been a while. Let's go say hi. Hey, Davia, what you up to?
Эй, Нави, что тут делаешь?
Shh.
Get lost, Monica! I don't want to see you back here until you're ready to wake
Чё?
up and start doing things properly! Right now,
Пойди.
you're a disgrace to my kitchen and to the Hotel de Boer name!
It was an accident.
I'm sorry, did you hear me asking for excuses?
No, I'll do better, I promise.
Why is she so aggressive? She won't even listen to what the poor girl has to say. Oh, hey!
Wait!
Пойдем.
Huh? Who do you think you are telling me?
Есть
Wait a sec. No?
это озвучка уже в этом событии.
So, you're bringing backup now. Suit yourself! You're still wasting your time!
А, давайте вот так пусть она идет.
Savannah, is this how you always treat your staff?
My staff is right. I'm the one in charge here now. And last time I checked, the Hotel de Boer doesn't take orders from the Spina di Rosula.
Of course. How you run your kitchen is none of our business. But when a member of your staff is so overworked he becomes gravely ill, that most definitely is our business. We're going to stand up for him, whether you like it or not.
Overworked? I've said it before and I'll say it again. If Fermon can't handle the job, then tough luck. There are plenty of other capable people I can hire instead.
But Philmont can do the job, he just...
Monica, back inside, now!
Huh? But you said I shouldn't come back until...
Just do as you're told, and not another word out of you. Come on, we have work to do.
Wow, what a horrible person! Sorry. Looks like I've dragged you into some drama again. Her name is Savannah. She's the new head chef at Hotel de Boer. Ever since she took the job, She's been enforcing a brutal work regime and putting a huge amount of pressure on her staff. One guy was so overworked, he collapsed from illness. He's been bedridden for days, and he can barely even talk properly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I don't deserve to be a chef.
At his family's request, the Spina di Rosula is trying to mediate on his behalf. We're not exactly making a ton of progress, as you saw. Savannah is adamant that Vermont's exhaustion and illness have nothing to do with her or having her kitchen. She's refusing to have any kind of meaningful dialogue with us. Our thought was to talk to the other chefs at the restaurant and get a better idea of their working conditions. But with Savannah watching them like a hawk, no one has been willing to open up. And that's why I'm here, doing it the old way. Camping out, watching, and waiting for an opportunity.
Сейчас, секунду. Это ну, сейчас кое-какую вещь не понял. И не то, что тут говорили, а кое-что главное.
Oh, shoot!
Потом
Since
это
now,
узнаю.
sorry, Paimon should have thunk before she spoke. Did Paimon ruin everything?
Oh, no, not at all, Paimon. Honestly, the way she was laying into Monica, someone had to step in. I would have piped up if you hadn't. And besides, I don't really think I'm built for espionage.
Вот пусть будет это.
Meaning it's gonna be all the more difficult
Не,
to get the inside
Лена,
scoop
откуда
now.
это появилось?
Oh, I might as well head back
Не,
to the Fleuve Cendre.
неужели они именно
We'll need to come up with a whole new game plan.
решили
Paimon will join you,
события?
'cause this is
Ой, вот
kinda
этот
all women's
вопрос с этой
God,
Звучка.
that's fine. You don't need to worry about it. That said, if you were planning to visit the Fleuve Cendre anyway, let me take you out for a meal. I'll make sure it's a proper feast. A really famous chef just joined the Spina di Rosula's tavern. Her name is...
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to apologize for the scene you witnessed just now. We shouldn't subject customers to that. This is a small token from us. It's some candy from Monica. She asked me to make sure it was delivered into your hands.
Monica's the one apologizing? Huh. Clearly Savannah is the one who owes an apology.
Our head has been a little highly strung lately. Sorry for everything.
All right. Since there's candy, Paimon will drop it. Not the candy.
Thank you for understanding. We'll make sure to pass the feedback on to Miss Savannah.
A little highly strung, huh?
Paimon doesn't get it. How did someone like her even become head chef?
According to Fermat's family, she hasn't always been like this. But that's a story for another time. Let's try this candy.
Oh, Paimon totally gets it. Come on, dig in! Huh? Hold on, there's something written on the wrapper. Find Escoffier?
Так.
Escoffier? Could this mean...
Huh? You know that name, Navia?
Так, а, вот, разбирайте.
Yeah. Let's stick to the plan and go back to the Fleuve Cendre for now.
Типа могу сюда зайти, ну, пошлите посмотрим.
Paimon doesn't see Monica and Savannah anywhere. Guess they went back to the kitchen?
We'll only complicate things even more if we go looking for them now. Let's head to the Fleuve Cendre.
Так. Ладно, да, давайте. Надеюсь, мне хоть потом что-нибудь останется. Если я в эту всю куплю. Хотя да. Останется при этом еще очень много. Так, еду. В принципе, может, вот это все. Достать. Надо, можно сказать, сделать себе. Запас, чтобы я хотя бы мне хватало потом. В случае чего. Так. Стоп. Стоп, предмет действует до 5 дней. Блин, Зачем она будет потратить? Использовать сколько? Стоп, я же не сходил. Так, стоп, где он тут, смотрите, блин. Вот он. 5 дней, да, мне пересоздать. Ну, она... Пошлите. Пока... О, события. Блин, куда вообще идти? Бля, что мне показывают идти назад? Да ладно, ну ладно.
So, who is this Escoffier anyway?
Well, for starters, she used to be the head chef at the Hotel de Bourg, before Savannah. She recreated the legendary Gâteau de Bourg and restored the restaurant back to its former glory. Safe to say, she's the most renowned head chef in the whole history. after the culinary genius Modeste himself.
Gâteau de Bourg. That's the super exclusive cake that they only sell a few slices a day, right? Wow. Why the heck would she let Savannah take her place?
Well, apparently, the Hotel de Bourg was reported for a safety incident. Someone claims that the kitchen was adding illegal substance to their menu. But none of the chefs had any idea how it could have gotten into the food. In the end, Escoffier decided that as head chef, she should take responsibility, and she was sent to the fortress of Meripede.
The Fortress of Meripede?
Well, you're right. The quantity of the substance they found was fairly minimal. Even the guards believed the whole thing was probably just an accident. Escoffier didn't have to stay in the fortress for long, but still, by the time she returned, the role of head chef had already passed to Savannah.
So that's what happened. Paimon still thinks it's really unfair.
Even though Escoffier is no longer head chef at the hotel, she's still well respected by the staff. So, I'm guessing what Monica wants is for us to convince Escoffier to try and negotiate with Savannah on the staff's behalf.
Это к ней за помощью.
Oh, Paimon gets it! Monica wants Escoffier to come back and kick Savannah out! It's simple. If the new head chef is stressing everyone out, then the solution is just get the old one back.
Well, about that...
You thought cream of mushroom soup was ready to serve after 3.5 minutes on the stove. You'd have had more sense serving hot water with ice cubes.
Неужели они реально
At least then you
сделали,
wasted
походу,
all this
что была
perfectly good cream
эта
and
озвучка?
mushroom. What do you say, Hilaire?
I'm sorry, Cream.
В этих
I'm sorry,
событиях.
Mushroom.
As you can see, Escoffier is
Поскольку
that kind
я
of chef
знаю,
as well.
озвучки не было.
You have to leave it on the heat for long enough to allow those flavors the chance to come out. Don't be fooled by the aroma when the water first starts to boil. Got it?
Yes, Chef.
Then go back and do it again. The customers are still waiting. Remember where you went wrong and don't repeat the same mistake twice.
Yes, Chef.
Так,
Excuse us,
Waiting to be served? Sorry, we're pretty busy. I'm afraid you have to join the line.
Oh, no, we're not here to eat.
So you're not paying customers? Then I'm afraid the wait will be even longer.
It's hard to talk to Escoffier when she's in the zone. Let's take a seat. We can catch up while we wait.
блин,
Looks like the rush hour is finally over. Is it always this busy here?
These days, yes. I'd say business has tripled since Escoffier joined as temporary head chef. Well, in her words, the Hotel de Bourg doesn't need her anymore. It doesn't look like she's got any plans to go back.
I guess I'll be heading off then.
Wait, take these home with you. We can't serve them now, and there's no sense in letting them go to waste.
Oh, thank you, Chef.
For what? Like, I just don't want them going to waste. Oh, and tell Fiamma to get well soon, so you're not running yourself ragged every single shift.
Firmo. That's the second time we've heard that name. Who is that again?
He's the chef that fell ill from stress. Hilaire is his son. And with Mom stuck at home taking care of Dad, he decided to pick up some work to help pay the bills. Escoffier knows their situation, so she's been making some extra food every day for him to take home.
Hey, I heard that, Navia! I've told you before, no one's making extra food. Hilaire is making blunders in the kitchen, and I can't serve his failed dishes, so he might as well take them home.
Yeah, failed dishes that just so happen to be nutritionally complete every single time.
So, you two must be the world-famous traveler and her companion, Paimon, yes? Is there something I can help you with?
Oh, so you know us already. We'll skip the introduction then. We're here to talk about Savannah.
Oh, I certainly am. The Spina's headquarters are right next to the tavern. And I've lost count of the number of times Navi has come to pester me about it. But I don't work for the Hotel de Boer anymore. And being ex-head chef doesn't give me the right to interfere with that business. Besides, I'm the one who persuaded Savannah to take the job in the first place.
What?
Well, she was a much gentler person back then. A little timid, even. She wasn't at all confident that she was the right fit for the role.
That's hard to believe. Are we definitely talking about the same Savannah here?
Honestly, I do wonder if she's just emulating me. I mean, I'm not the most pleasant head chef to be around either. Anyway, suffice to say that given the history between us, it'll be tricky for me to tell her she's doing her job wrong without coming across like a huge hypocrite. Fiamar and the others probably think that Savannah gets it all from me.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Escoffier. Look at this note we got from Monica.
She mentioned me.
Whatever shortcomings you feel you have, it looks like Monica still trusts you. As for the others, well, how can you know what they think unless you ask them?
Monica.
Plus, it's not like we're asking you to storm in there and raise hell. We're only in the initial phase of our investigation. All we're trying to do is get the other chefs to open up to us.
Oh,
Нормально. Так, подожди, а
Oh,
почему
Monica.
так стоять?
I can't believe her. Powdered sugar is supposed to be applied sparingly. Look at all that on the wrapper. It's thicker than the sole of my shoe. Unbelievable. I won't stand for this. She has to
У
learn.
меня это
Come on, we're
работает
going.
в чате содцсети. Сейчас стоять. Подождите, проверка. Ну, сообщение пришло. Так, почему тогда нету стоять? О, еще здесь вот так. А, во. Повторяй дважды. Блин, ладно, хотя бы оно. У меня этот синтез речь работает.
Let's go catch up to her. We don't want to keep her waiting.
А, я тебя припеваешь следи за этой. Так, я смотрю. С кофе, либо как там Правильно. А, блин, мне надо было этого делать. Не, стоп, нам еще... Если нам идти... А. Можно вот так просто делать. Блин.
Wait.
Стоять. Задание. Опыт. Пока что только, да? Здесь...
Escop, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I messed up your order.
Oh, I wouldn't go that
О,
far.
ушко.
Maybe the taste is a little off, but if you hadn't brought it up, I don't think I would have noticed.
But, please, you have to forgive me or Chef is gonna... Okay, I know. I'll kneel before you.
What the heck?
Get up, Monica! Can't you see that you're just making your customer feel more awkward?
Escoffier?
If you want forgiveness, then do what any self-respecting chef would do. Make the dish again. And this time, get it right. You cannot go begging your customers to feel sorry for you.
Savannah said that I'm not allowed back in the kitchen until I've corrected my mistake. But if I can't go back into the kitchen, I can't do the dish over.
That's some backwards logic. How can you fix your mistake without being allowed to cook? If this is what Fermat had to put up with, then no wonder he had a breakdown.
We apologize for interrupting your meal, sir.
It's fine. With my layman's palate, it's not like I can tell the difference anyway. I was actually quite enjoying my meal until she appeared out of nowhere and started apologizing. Gave me a bit of a fright, to be honest.
Oh, well, it's because Chef Savannah tasted a bit of the leftover soup from my pot and then threw me out of the kitchen.
Gosh, that's pretty strict. Has she always been that way? I don't recall things being like this when Escoffier was head chef here. I gotta say, you're all looking a little for wearing these.
I mean, Escoffier was strict too, but the difference is that her criticism was more constructive, so you knew what you did wrong and how to improve, and we all knew that it came from a good place. Chef Escoffier was hard on us because she truly wanted us to reach her level. But these days, whenever we make a mistake, we just get told to wake up, get your head in, or just do it again. And it's only gotten worse since word got out that Chef Escoffier had started working again in the Fleuve Cendre.
Monica, you don't need to call me chef. I'm not the boss here anymore.
Yeah, but through no fault of her own. What happened back then, that wasn't on you, and all of us know that. That banquet was a huge event, and so many staff were involved every step of the way. With so many moving parts, there's no way of knowing how that lumiline ended up in the food we served.
Lumiline? What's that?
A new drug from the Fontaine Research Institute, produced from an extract of the lumitoile. Apparently it sharpens the senses, so they used it to treat people with impaired responses to stimuli.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that.
Забыл о том, что они тут говорят все очень долго.
Makes things pretty addictive.
Эти персонажи.
They also found that overuse can have mood-altering effects, and even lead to nerve damage. So it quickly ended up on the guard's list of controlled substances. Unfortunately, however, some food products
пойдем.
containing the additive had already made it to the market by the time the guards
Часов
banned
мне
it from the
счет
restaurant
часов
industry.
10, это...
Everyone knows that in all likelihood, someone probably just purchased a batch of contaminated ingredients by mistake. But you took all the blame. We all know why. You
Сейчас,
just didn't want to see this
подождите,
turn
это...
into a place where tensions are constantly running high. Because
Что там
everyone's
сейчас будет
suspicious of each other
сейчас?
all the time.
Стрим.
And now look at you. A fry chef in the Fleuve Cendre.
What are you trying to say? Sure, the Spina's Tavern is no Hotel de Boer, but come on. It's not that bad, is it?
Oh, the Fleuve Cendre, you say? Great. That's where I'm dining from now on.
Monica, I'm very happy with my current job. And there's no changing the past. We just have to let bygones be bygones. Besides, at
3
the
часа
end of the day, I
получается, да?
was the head chef, regardless of whose mistake it was. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with me.
За 3 часа я
If only
не
Savannah was half the
пойду
boss you were.
сегодня. Сейчас, в данный момент
I'm
событий,
sorry?
что потом
Do you have a problem with my conduct as head
можно было
chef?
продолжить
No,
этот ходить, эту
no, chef.
экспедицию
So you do remember who's
33.
boss. Escoffier? I thought you'd left this place for good. What are you doing back here?
What happened to you, Savannah? Why are you acting like this? When I turned this place over to you,
You made me the head chef and gave up your right to tell me how to do my job. You're not the boss here anymore. So stop acting like you own the place.
Whoa.
Так, что у них
Sounds like
вязать?
someone has a chip on her shoulder.
Немножко переделаю чат.
Savannah! My God, have you grown a temper since I last saw you? Have you put even half the amount of energy into improving your cooking skills, or are you still using the Pluie Lotus as an off-brand markup, thinking no one can tell the difference?
That's none of your business.
What happened to not storming in and raising
Видите,
hell?
ты можешь сделать.
Ho ho! I was not expecting to see something this spicy as soon as Escoffier returned.
Huh? Fan agent?
Стоп.
Aye, miladies. Might I make a humble suggestion? Given that we have ourselves a tete-a-tete between chefs at the Hotel de Bord, I dare say it would be de rigueur to settle this the traditional way.
The traditional way? That can only mean one thing.
Ага.
That's right! I'm talking, of course, about the tradition established by Modeste himself. The cooking contest!
According to legend, the founders of Hotel de Boer, Modeste and Savelli, used this method to resolve all of their disputes. Everything from petty arguments over menu to disagreements over the strategic direction of the restaurant. The cooking contest would decide who had the final say.
Huh. Sounds like a lot of free time on their hands.
Ah, well, it might sound that way to us. But in fact, the cooking contest played an enormous role in motivating chefs to hone their skills, reaching new heights of excellence in the arts. And indeed, the reintroduction of this institution in recent years has surely been instrumental in transforming the Hotel de Bord into the top-ranking restaurant in Fontaine.
Reintroduction? Someone brought it back? Who?
What say you, Escoffier? Surely you of all people won't back down from this challenge. It was you who put the rule in place, after all.
Sure, I
Блин,
reinstated
это
it, but
ужас.
I'm not a chef at Hotel de
Как
Boer
можно
anymore.
это
Isn't
разговаривать,
this
а?
bending the rules a little?
То есть я,
I see no issue as long as
да,
both
извиняюсь,
sides agree to the
то, что
terms.
я,
We
как
could simply
многие
treat it
могут
as
делать,
an exhibition of
читать
sorts.
вот
Savannah,
этот
any
текст,
objections?
Exhibition.
Я это знаю, то, что это не делать спину. Если я буду
If we're going to battle it out, let's
читать,
put it all on
то
the
это у
line.
нас может
If
будет
I lose, it's up to
уйти
you what happens to me.
часов
I
4
don't want anything to happen to you.
примерно.
But if
Поэтому
you lose, you hand over the
мы так
codex
просто
to
с вами
board
сейчас
to me.
это послушаем.
What? The Codex de Boer?
Only the legendary handbook written by the original head chef Modeste. It contains all his secret recipes, including Gâteau de Boer. It's the greatest treasure in Fontaine's culinary world. And only the present and former head chefs of the Hotel de Boer have the right to read it.
Present and former. Wait, but that already includes Savannah, though.
What do you want that old thing for? You have your own copy, don't you?
Don't take me for a fool. You know perfectly well what I mean. I want your copy, the original version, the one you took with you when you left us.
I'm sorry, I must be missing something. You know, there's no difference between the original and the copy, right? They contain the exact same recipes.
Stop trying to change the topic. What's wrong, Escoffier? Scared you're gonna lose to me? Or are you scared of me getting my hands on the original codex?
Savannah, you may remember that we gave her the original as a parting gift to thank Escoffier for her years of service. Asking for it back feels a little,
Oh, I'm sure it won't be an issue, as long as both sides agree to the terms.
Ja,
Those were your words, weren't they? And as for the contest itself, let's make it a bake-off. Gâteau de Boer, per the recipe in the codex. Well, Escoffier, you against me. Are you in or out?
о,
You sound
Say-
surprisingly
этот,
confident.
как его,
All right then, let's see how much you've actually grown.
типа как его, Battle,
I
а?
hope you surprise me,
Это
Savannah.
будет
I'd hate
только
to
уже
find out that all you've learned after this long is how to chew people's heads off.
готовки.
Believe me, I'll show you.
Escoffier, are you sure this is a good idea? You accepted her terms a little hastily.
Oh, it'll be fine. Let's head back to the Fleuve Cendres so I can...
Ну, пошлите. Так, стоять. Первых заданий. Тут ничего не сделано. Так, тут сдаю, да? Да. Стоп. Это, по-моему... Да, это можно сделать вот так.
So, this whole bake-off thing kind of came out of nowhere. Was it really sensible to just go along with it?
Well, I got a sense that she's holding something back. But we chefs always express ourselves in our cooking. So if she won't talk, this might be the best way to find out what's really going on with her.
Huh? Holding back? Sure didn't sound that way to Paimon.
Escoffier only picked up on it because she's the same way. Always closed off, never letting you know what she really thinks.
That's patently false, at least where your macarons are concerned. I've been nothing but truthful with you about the disgraceful amount of sugar you use.
Okay, that's one case where you can keep your thoughts to yourself.
Oh, that? Well, it's not so much a recipe book as a diary of Modeste's adventures. Back in the day, he and his good friend Savelli explored far and wide, partly adventuring, partly looking for new ingredients and developing new recipes. Their creations had an enormous influence on the course of Fontaine cuisine, turning it into a much more vibrant and diverse scene. For instance, Legend has it that the original Gâteau de Bourg was made using a special secret ingredient that Modeste discovered on one of his adventures. So rare was the ingredient that they could never make more than 16 slices of the cake per day. But everyone who tried it claimed that it was one of the most blissful and invigorating things they had ever tasted. Modeste and Savelli went on to found the original Hôtel de Bourg, which catapulted them to stardom in Fontaine's culinary world. Especially Modeste. He was hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius, and over time, the recipes from his adventure log became known as the Hôtel de Bourg.
Paimon's heard this kind of story before. Armed with the Codex, the Hotel Bourg took its rightful place, finest restaurant in the land, serving those recipes for centuries to come. Something like that?
What? No, of course not. Cooking is a constantly evolving art form. How could any restaurant survive if they only served food that was popular last century? Anyway, never mind centuries. Savelli and Modeste parted ways not even 10 years after their rise to fame. Then, Modeste passed away while he was still in his prime. And that was it. The end of the Hôtel de Bourg's heyday. It fell into decline, and for most of its history, it was just a nondescript place with a couple of cheap tables. It's only in recent decades that it started recovering. Even then, it still took numerous relocations and changes of management before we finally ended up with Vanigem and the restaurant we have today.
Oh! So the Codex really isn't all that, then. Paimon figured it was like one of those mystical books they have in Liyue's martial arts novels, where the main character learns all their secret powers from.
Yes, well, that's fiction, and this is reality. You can't meet the tastes of modern diners by following some ancient recipes from a dusty old book.
Case in point. Even the Gâteau de Bourg they sell now is actually Escoffier's reimagination.
Wait, really? Why though? Didn't that recipe make it into the Codex?
It did, but like I said, it's the dusty old book now, and the records aren't as legible as they once were. Not to mention that there's no way of finding the secret ingredient Modeste wrote about. So, reimagination is right. I consulted some historical records and took what I could from the Codex. But ultimately, the Gâteau de Bourg of today is my own recipe. As for why we gave it the same name and kept the tradition of only selling 16 slices a day, well, you've got Vanigem's business sense to thank for that.
Oh! Huh. Well, that kind of takes all the mystique out of it.
Hey now, it might not be the original Gâteau de Bourg, but it's still the most delicious cake in Fontaine today. And who knows, maybe Escoffier's version is more suited to your palate. Just think, if the original truly was the perfect cake you're imagining it to be, there's no way the recipe would have been lost to history, right? Not to mention that the Hôtel de Bourg never would have fallen into a slump.
Anyway, before I left my role as head chef, I made a copy of all the recipes from the Codex, including my own improved versions, and turned them over to Savannah.
So why is she so interested in the original copy? Could it be a symbolic thing? Like, whoever holds the original Codex de Bourg is the true head chef?
Well, it was clearly precious enough to give to Escoffier as a parting gift. Meanwhile, Savannah only got a copy. Maybe from her point of view, it's like management doesn't truly see her as being worthy of the role.
You think so? The only thing is, it was her suggestion to gift me the original in the first place. Well, a joint decision by her and Vanigem. But still.
What? Huh. Guess she's had a major change of heart since she became head chef. Yeesh.
Who knows? We could speculate forever. Better to just let our
чисты.
Gâteau do the
И
talk.
то, и те сейчас было бы, вполне было бы. Берите там, хотя бы. Что ты можешь поделать? Сейчас есть долгие
And then
разговоры
getting her to
постоянно.
explain herself, even if I have to beat it out of her with a spatula. However much she's changed since we worked together, I believe that she still has her chef's pride. And if she respects the art,
Давай
she'll
быстрее уже.
respect the outcome of our
Это не.
contest.
Well,
Давайте
I'm
что нам
confident that you and your
это куда
spatula can
бежать,
get
чему
justice
учиться?
for Fremont.
Делать
All
нужно.
you need to do now is win the contest. But that should be a breeze for you.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Gâteau de bourg is very complicated to make. Usually, it takes 3 chefs working in tandem to cover everything. Now, if I had to push it, I could probably do the work of 3 chefs myself. But I'd prefer to play it safe if I can find a couple of assistants in time.
Well, that's easy. The 3 of us are veterans in the kitchen. You just need to pick 2 of us.
Well, I have heard the Traveler is an accomplished cook, as well as a warrior. But be warned, I will hold you to exceptionally high standards. Think you're up?
Oh, count me in too. I've spent weeks perfecting my macarons after your scathing review. Even if it means competing against the Traveler, so be it. I'll show you what I'm made of.
Confident. I like it. Alright, let's start with some elementary mise en place. Show me your knife skills.
Теперь.
I've always called it chopping stuff up, not mise en place. But it's basically the same thing, right?
Oh, Navia. The difference in your case is that mise en place is looks like you found that easier than I expected.
Yeah, thankfully it was pretty straightforward in the end. You made it sound like we'd be carving statues out of fruits or something.
Пайман.
Well, brace yourself, because the next
Нет,
step is
опасно
anything
давать
but
этот
straightforward.
нож.
I'll be using this
Ух
cold
ты.
press to extract flavor compounds from the ingredients. A kind of special food processor I got the Fontaine Research Institute to make for me. It uses cold temperature
Я бы
extraction to isolate the essence of
не
cooking
давал бы
ingredients, which
этот
can then be used
зиба.
to flavor dishes more
Нож.
precisely. But this isn't exactly standard kitchen equipment, so that probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. Let me give you a demonstration instead.
Так, стоп. Стоп.
Custom-made equipment from the Fontaine Research Institute, huh? That's some pretty high-tech food prep. Hyman's never used anything this weird before. Cool. Not weird.
The device isn't cold enough yet. I need to reduce the temperature.
А, нет, пойди, скорее всего, вот так. Сейчас, блин, стоп. Нет? Я что-то, походу, не понял. Ну, точно не вот это вот.
An inspired melange.
Что-то было на бегу. Ладно. Тут должно было, по-моему, появиться у нас. Если не ошибаюсь. Стоп, показывать курсор. Стоп, связывайте. Все? Подождите. А это по смысле? Не, пойдите. Это удержите левую кнопку, чтобы вызвать курсор и нажать на... Как бы хорошо. А как я нажму на эту кнопку, если у меня на импаде нет этой кнопки? Ну, она немножко странно. Передвоечных собственно, хотя бы показали, как кнопку нажимать. Вот они бы мне показывали именно... Нету, блин. О, за 100 минут дали. Стоп, так, пойти. Стоп, используйте. Сейчас, стоп. Стоп, используйте элемент новый. Сейчас, стоп, используйте...
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Тебя его, сказать, должно так же, да? Здесь нет. Ну. Сейчас я немножко не въехал.
No recipe, no problem.
Так, стоп. Используйте элемент новой коротким ножом и обычной атакой. А в смысле, как я должен использовать? А, во! Наконец,
And
понял.
done. These are the flavor compounds extracted from our ingredients. I've processed all the fruit you chopped up earlier.
Wow! Even the smell is so much more concentrated. What next? Do we add all this stuff in?
Absolutely not! Throwing everything in at once will ruin the balance of flavors. We have to go slowly and carefully to calibrate the exact flavor we want. I'll demonstrate again. Now, watch closely.
Так. Что? Так.
Slowly and carefully. Not a drop too much, and
Так, подождите. Ну,
that didn't count. I was experimenting.
так, стоп, так, смотрите, вкус, добавляю вкусные. Так. Че все должен сделать?
That didn't count. I was experimenting.
Не, погодите, что я должен... Что делать? Ну а что, допустим, 5. Что это значит? 7, 10. Господи, я сделаю сейчас.
That didn't count.
Так, 9. Вот так и 10. Что, меня дошло.
That didn't count.
Так, наверное, смотрите, нам надо вот так. Не, пойдем, стоп.
That didn't count.
Сейчас, секунду. Так. Стоп, сейчас. Так, 4 у нас получается, да? 5. Вот так, во.
And voila. Now it's your turn. Not terrible. Considering this was everyone's first time blending flavor extracts, it could have been worse. But the traveler's work was surprisingly good. Are you sure you've never done this before? You got almost perfect results on your first try. Oh, well, they do say adventurers are multi-talented folks. Now I've seen it firsthand. Alright, now for the part I've been looking forward to. I want each of you to cook something from the Hotel du Bois' current menu. I'll judge your submissions and give you a final score.
Секунду.
That's right. The true test of your cooking skills is the finished product. It'll be good practice for the contest itself. To it.
Так, я тебя должен приготовить?
How's it going? Have you picked a dish yet? Choose wisely. I expect you to present the most delicious thing on the menu.
Пойди, у меня есть вот эти вот. Пойди, стоп. Где? Тут где-нибудь есть, пойти? Да, ну не в этой сумме тут нету. Где тут можно приготовить еду? Нам это последнее, это вот так. Так. Это у нас то, что из новых, да? А есть вот это, типа, эти, как его... эти, блин, макароны? Либо как они там правильно называются? Что нужно? Стоп. Орехи и сахар, блин. Что приготовить? Где вообще нужно? Пойди, а как добыть? Ладно, сахар это вот так. Я смогу взять. Как мне добыть... Стоп, лавка Люи... Подождите. Пошли тогда вот сюда. Так. Вот тут я понимаю, да? Должно быть. Ой, что эти рецепты? Давайте их сюда берем. Так. Стоп. Так, стоп. Допустим. Пойти бамбук. Знаете, можно сразу это изучить. Как тут еды, а? Много. Так. Блин. Пусто. Во! Давайте сразу. Что, вот этих возьмем, чтобы было? Можно вот это взять. Давайте хоть. Сейчас всего купляем, потом если что я как-нибудь приготовлю, плюс у нас была еда, и что можно было использовать. Ну давайте возьмем. С вами. А что тут туда? Так, вот теперь я не могу их, да, приготовить. Стоп. А. Вот и что? Так, стоп. Нету случая. Так, откройте. Сейчас, стоп, откройте. От талант. Ты. Нет, это театр, содцсети. Раз, что-то там. Так. А во. Стоп, пойти, стоп, совершить 15 испытаний, стоп, нет, это подземелье, это не то. Стоп. Так, пойти, стоп, приготовить 20 блюд, во. Давайте. Сделаем. Так, 9. Десять еще. 5. Ну, уже чуть меньше, чем 5. И последний раз, да? Так. Вот так теперь.
How's it
И...
going? Have you picked...
Так. Еще бы ей такого... Давай.
Huh. I know this doesn't represent what you're capable of. Try again, and this time I
Чего
want to see
вроде...
you make a proper
Сейчас
attempt.
выйти. В смысле, не нравится, а? Ладно. Блин, могли бы вот тут поставить где-нибудь... Чтобы приготовить можно было. Чё бы тогда... Блин, чё ей приготовить, что прям она... Сейчас, давайте сделаем... Всего немного, потом будем стоять, ей просто это давать. Опять, что это будет долго?
How's it going? Have you picked a di-
А, то есть, то, что я готовил, я могу, типа, из вот этого все ей отдать, да? Блин. Хорошо. Ой. Вот это ей, типа, понравилось. Давайте вот это.
Huh. I know
Тоже
this doesn't
нет.
represent what you're capable of. Try again, and this time I want to see you make a proper attempt. How's it going? Have you picked?
Так, ну, получается, нет. Нет. Но тут только... Так, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Да? Давайте попробовать вот это там. Сейчас ответ тоже нет.
Huh. I know this doesn't represent what you're capable of. Try again, and this time I want to see you make a proper attempt.
Так смысл, подожди.
How's it going? Have you picked a dish yet? Choose wisely.
На это. Тоже нет.
I know this doesn't represent what you're capable of. Try again, and this time, I want to see you make a proper attempt.
А че ей готовить?
How's it going? Have you picked a dish?
Конечно, тоже сказать нет.
Look at that!
Неужели?
Face of a snow-winged goose, as I like to say. Now, let the grading commence.
Pretty good, right? Not to brag or anything, but Paimon's a bit of a connoisseur when it comes to la food.
6 points.
Это угадали.
Oh, well, fair enough. Paimon doesn't cook all that often, so as long as it's a pass.
That's 6 out of 100. You say you're a connoisseur, but it's quite clear from this dish that you have far more experience consuming food than creating it. By that logic, I suppose you think listening to Lady Farina on repeat every day would make you an opera singer.
Aww.
Ugh, me next. I'll have you know that this batch of macarons has 2 whole tablespoons less sugar than the previous ones.
So you went from 12 tablespoons to 10? Well, it's nice to know you actually measured it out. Because it tastes like you just threw in whatever was left in the jar. 6 points.
Aww.
Now to the final dish.
So, what do you think?
This is our last hope.
8 points.
Darn, that's barely higher than what we got.
Not exactly. The color is spot on. Beautiful aroma. Excellent presentation. I have to give this one 8 points out of 10. Maybe even 9 points.
Huh? How did you pull that off?
Так, стоп. Я что-то, походу, пропустил, что тут было. Собственно, как тебе это удалось пока для тебя готовить?
Don't get me wrong. There's room for improvement. But still, this is clearly the work of an accomplished chef. I can tell that you've put many hours of work into honing your skills in the kitchen.
Да, я вообще, ну, если типа обращаешься к этому, к игроку, то я, в принципе, вообще не провожу время на
I
кухне.
can really taste the grace of the snow-winged goose in this dish. The traveler's journey, with all its trials, tribulations, and setbacks. Not to mention the frustrations of having a picky eater for a partner.
Блин, сейчас, секунду.
Hey, you made that last part up! No way did you taste that!
Well, it looks like I lost fair and square. I guess you'll be taking the Traveler as one of your assistants then?
But if it takes 3 chefs, that still leaves 1 slot remaining. Maybe Paimon and Navia should keep practicing and see how it goes?
Chef Escoffier.
Oh, it's Hilaire! What brings you here?
I heard the news about the cooking contest. You're doing Gâteau de Bois, right? I was just wondering if you needed any help.
And you think you're up to the task, do you?
Oh, no, I know I'm not there yet. It's actually my dad who wanted to help.
Firma, last I heard, you could barely get out of bed.
Chef Escoffier, Navia, Traveler, thank you all so much for everything you're doing for me and my family. I've had enough of sitting around at home while you run yourselves ragged. If you let me, I'd like to help you win this cooking contest.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Don't you worry. I'll be fine. I'm feeling much better now. I'm sorry. I know I've been rather useless these past few days, but not anymore. The fact is, I'm a fine chef, despite recent events. I've proven myself in the Hotel de Bourg kitchen. If qualified to work under Chef Escoffier, it's me, I think. I mean, I hope so.
Firma, have you even set foot in a kitchen since before?
I have not, but I'm fully rested now. I know I can handle it. I'll prove it. Let me whip something up for you right now. Huh? That's strange. Why are my hands shaking?
What do you call this, Firma?
I can't seem to grip my knife.
Do it again! 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 Hopeless. Get out of my kitchen yesterday.
Dad, what's wrong?
I don't understand. I was feeling so much better, and then will I never be able to work in a kitchen again?
Dad, talk to me. What happened?
I think the real issue here is not physical exhaustion, but psychological trauma.
Monica, when did you get here?
Probably because you were all concentrating so hard on your cooking. I didn't want to interrupt your flow. But anyway, Firma, I'm so sorry. If only I'd known how serious your situation was, I would have stood up for you sooner.
Забыл.
To apologize for Monica. During those long nights of redoing every order, you were the only person who looked out for me.
Я потом в этом
All I did was make you some
после
tea.
окончания
I doubt it was much help.
стрима
Savannah was so ruthless toward you.
на
I probably
YouTube
should have brought
поменяю
you
вот
something
эту
stronger.
цифру
She sounds like
по
the
этому,
worst.
по Геншину.
Alright,
То есть, типа, у меня часть
She's been getting harsher and
7.2
harsher on us ever
стоит, а
since she
должна
heard
стоять
about Escoffier's new role in the
7.3.
Fleuve Cendre. Seems like no matter what we make, she'll find something wrong with it.
What is this? It looks like a dog's been at it. In the trash now!
Then she orders us to redo the dish again and again, but we never know what's going to make her happy.
Do it again, do it again, do it again!
Every time you remake it, you just get another earful from her.
Either straighten yourself out or get out of my kitchen!
So now, it seems like just picking up a kitchen utensil gives me flashbacks of her yelling at me.
Oh man, that must be awful.
The more I want to get it perfect, the more my hands shake, and the more scared I am of making another mistake.
А, я могу стоять
How
на
can you
паузу.
give up so easily, Firma? You weren't a quitter when you were working for me. And even under Savannah, you talk about working late into the night trying to perfect your dishes. That says to me that you still hadn't lost that determination to prove yourself. What changed?
I don't know what's come over me. When I think back, I just remember feeling like my heart and my hands were growing heavier and heavier as the shift went on. Each time I had to redo a dish, my heart sank a little further. Maybe Savannah was right. Maybe I am just hopeless at this.
Dad.
I see. Well, it sounds like there are some deep issues at work here. Ones that won't be resolved by merely seeking compensation. I will win this contest, and after that, I encourage you to approach Savannah and talk this out.
But what if you can't find another assistant in time? Clearly, I'm in no state to help out.
You think being one person short will ruin my chances? Let's not forget, I taught you and her everything you know. Even if I had to
Когда
go it
будет тут
alone, I would
выбор
present the perfect
ответа?
battle.
Все.
Oh,
Ответить нужно.
well, Paimon and Nadia will still keep practicing, just in case.
And so will I.
Yeah, and if worse comes to worse, we can always get the Spina di Rosula to put out an emergency call for chefs. There's gotta be someone out there, right?
Actually, I thought maybe I could help. That's sort of why I'm here.
What? Why didn't you say so?
I was going to, but then... well, this is the first chance
Вот
I
я
got.
момент сообразил, да?
You do this for us? Thank you so much, Monica.
Alright, fine by me. But aren't you still working for Savannah? Joining the other side seems like a guaranteed way to put your future employment in jeopardy.
I know, but it's all right. I've made up my mind. With the way things are, I can't keep working for Savannah much longer anyway. Unless I want to become the next Firma. I'm done with sucking it up. It's time to try and turn things around. If this cooking contest can get Savannah to see the error of her ways, then I'm sure she'll forgive me for this.
Когда я хотел просто убрать, чтобы оставить эти... как его... Просто разговор, потом перейти продолжить. И тут пытаюсь это выбор. Давайте сейчас я сделаю вот так. Пока это...
Иван! 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 こいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこいこいこいあったまブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いかっこ こいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ2番北の島は寒いさっこいこいこい頭ブルブルアホバーカ
Так, сейчас давайте продолжать. Мэнди, иди сюда, сейчас я покажу выключу микрофон. Ну и что, я в принципе его лучшу, если будет нужно.
Great! Then it's settled. And to congratulate you all on making the team, I propose a Spina-sponsored meal to celebrate.
Spina sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
Well, I promised the traveler a feast in the Fleuve Cendre. And I know how much you've been looking forward to it.
Yeah! Feast, feast, feast!
All right, if you insist, then prepare for some of the finest food of your lives. That's not a bad idea, actually. Wait, hold on. You need to finesse that further.
That was a dream come true. Paimon never knew Fontanian cuisine could be this good.
I guess I'm finally on the right path.
Why not keep me company for a while? There'll be plenty of time for work later.
А, вот, все. Тут что.
I guess I'm finally on the right path.
Так,
time for afternoon tea.
А, сюда.
Why, Savannah? Why? Oh, nothing. I was just flicking through the original Codex de Boer. I wanted to see if there was anything I'm missing. Something that might explain why Savannah's so desperate to get her hands on it. But I can't find anything. It's just some hastily scribbled recipes in between diary entries from Modest's adventuring phase. And most of it's not even legible anymore. The copy I gave her not only has all the recipes in full, but even includes my own private tips and notes from years of experience. Surely that's infinitely more useful than this old thing.
Секунду. Сейчас я давайте сделаю вот так. Сейчас, секунду. Вот так. Вот так. То есть, кто хочет мою вот это вот прочитать, но я, в принципе, сейчас это делаю вот так.
Интересный факт.
Вы послушайте.
Разработчик Sandfall Interactive объявил, что саундтрек к игре Clair Obscur Expedition 33 возглавил чарты музыкальных альбомов Billboard всего спустя несколько недель с момента выхода. Зайдя на сайт Billboard, вы увидите, что Clair Obscur Expedition 33 в настоящее время возглавляет чарты как классических альбомов, так и классических кроссоверов. Студия также сообщила, что саундтреку удалось занять 13-ю строчку в официальном чарте альбомов с саундтреками и 31-ю строчку в официальном чарте скачиваний альбомов. Это означает, что игроков привлекает не только сюжет и игровой процесс, поскольку сказочные мелодии сопровождают все приключение героев.
То есть, вот как надо делать вот эти видео игры. Естественно, вот этот рабочее слово, что. То есть не так, как некоторые делают, типа, непонятно зачем там некоторые механики и все прочее в игре. Пожалуйста, вам большой пример. Бывшие разработчики там, Ubisoft и сколько, по-моему, каких-то этих компаний ушли, создали эту свою компанию и создали вот это вот игру. И мало того, что они, как сейчас побоялись, мало того, что стали игру, так там и музыка идет в этих топах постоянно. То есть, ну, типа, не просто сам обсуждает боевка, а так и музыка это привлекает внимание этих игроков. Но этим многим, конечно, этим разработчикам да, поучиться надо. У этих, как делать эти видеоигры нужно.
Hard for me to imagine that the Savannah I knew would go to all this effort just to make a point. We were. At least I always thought we were. She was a little shy, but meticulous with everything and everyone she dealt with. She made a few mistakes here and there, but she was quick to correct them whenever they were pointed out. And she was always striving to improve as a chef. Those qualities are why I recommended her to replace me as head chef. I never imagined for 1 second that she'd cause Fiamma and the other staff so much grief. Well, I mean, to an extent, of course. I pushed hard for her to get the role. And the idea that she turned out like this because of me is difficult to come to terms with. I wonder if this is how Modeste felt back when he was writing the Codex. Yes, with his good friend and co-founder of the Hotel de Boer, Savelli. The story goes that after Modeste unveiled his Gâteau de Boer and was hailed as a culinary genius, he was admired and adored by all. But his newfound fame slowly drove him and Savelli apart. Unlike Modeste, whose every new creation was an instant hit, Savelli seemed to face setbacks at every turn. Doors that would swing wide open for Modeste would shut in Savelli's face. And with Modeste being whisked off to all manner of functions by his celebrity friends, he had less and less time to discuss the culinary arts with Savelli. People started gossiping about Savelli, and their relationship between the two gradually soured.
Так, давайте.
Everything came to an abrupt end when Modeste, still in the prime of his
Петя,
life
успокойся.
and still hailed as a genius,
Микрофоном.
suddenly died from an acute illness. And that was it. They neither had a decisive split nor got the chance to properly reconcile. Their story just came to an end. One rumor had it that Savelli actually killed Modeste out of jealousy, even as the latter was hoping to make amends. Unlikely. It's a popular theory, but there's no real basis for it. At least there are no records of Savelli ever being convicted of a crime. Still, beyond a point, there's no way of knowing what truly happened in the past. All we can do is try to make sure the present doesn't quite go as badly. And that's why I have to win this contest tomorrow. Then get the truth about everything that's been going on, even if it means cracking her open like a nut. Really? Well, I like the confidence. Don't let me down tomorrow, then. You better bring your A game.
О! Поедь, в смысле, а мы... Так. Следующий день. Вот так, думаю, сойдет. В смысле нет? Ну, давайте вот так.
Today's no good.
It's cooking contest day! To the Hotel de Boer! Toot sweet!
Did you hear the news? Escoffier's coming back for a cooking contest.
Wait, seriously? Escoffier in a cooking
Mesdames et messieurs, welcome one and all to the Hôtel de Bord and to this most exciting of cooking contests.
Savannah, I brought the original copy of the codex you asked for.
Можно поговорить задание сами?
In the interests of fairness, this contest will be conducted in a double-blind format. Once the dishes are complete, they will be sent to the back of the kitchen where they'll each receive a label. The labels will be placed out of sight underneath the plates, only to be revealed after the judges have sampled them and reached a final verdict. This is to ensure that no one will know which dish is made by which contestant.
As one of the judges, I promise to be fair and impartial.
When my meal got interrupted yesterday, I never thought this is how they'd make it up to me. Getting a seat on the judging panel is a pretty sweet deal.
Both contestants have taken their positions. Then, without further ado, let the Hôtel de Bord cooking contest commence!
Стоп, толт, дубло еще там. Так. Что, приготовьте толт. Так.
Monica, Traveler, it's go time. Let's do this.
А смотри, это
Even the best chef
на
in the
время?
world can't flavor their food without prepping the. Even the best chef in the world can't flavor their food without prepping the flavoring, right?
Alphonse, Gaspar, get to work! Do not disappoint me.
Looks like our two head chefs are raring to go. Like an oven on...
Так, стоять. А как мне высчитать? Так, давайте один. Стоп. Раз, два, три, четыре.
Stay calm, Escoffier. There has to be a way to balance the flavors. Just think. Even the best chef in the world can't flavor their food without prepping the flavoring, right?
Что, давайте, чтоб добавить вкусные с кофе.
What are you doing, Escoffier? Your team's waiting on you.
Может, не то? Блин, а как я могу... Блин, у меня нет других. Подождите.
That should be enough flavoring. Now hurry up and balance the flavors.
Я забыл, что надо эту фигню делать. Тогда...
Off to the freezer.
3, 2. Есть. Удачи, сколько наш путь. А, то есть я уж 2. Так, а, тут на баллон, да? Сейчас стоять. Надо... Так.
playing at?
Подождите. 1, 2, 3, 4, это 4.
The balance of
Ah.
flavors is about right.
Прям
But the
идеально.
quantity is too low.
Чтобы добавить функциональный вкус. Oh.
So, what do you think?
Я понимаю, чем я быстрее сделаю, тем лучше будет, да? Ну типа у них что еще... Они первые там еще как готовят. Так, стоит. О, подождите, тут надо будет прочитать сейчас, стоп.
Escoffier is already on the
1,
final step of the
2,
recipe.
3, 4,
Let's check
5,
on Savannah's
6,
progress.
7, 8. Понял, да?
I think this flavor profile is still a little bit off.
Enough! Oh, useless. Both of you, make like an egg and beat it. I'll do it myself.
Так.
Wow! Is Savannah serious? Can she really make up for lost time working alone?
Блин, 2. А есть мне... Есть. Отлично. Блин, одно. Не 2. Дай одно яблоко. Ладно. Четыре. Блин, у меня от них... 3. Вот сейчас 4. Блин, как мне... 5, не надо мне 5. 6. 4, блин. Во. Немножко это... Это ошибся. Наш походу.
You can't match Escoffier's talent.
В принципе, если учитывать то, что они первый ялус сделали, а то мы уже четвертый. Сейчас, стоп. Так, способ использовать взрыв секунду, чтобы завершить. Ух ты.
I was
was just exercising caution. I had to make sure everything was perfect.
Is het wel hoog, да? Как бы мы его не успели взять быстрее. Почему-то
Time's
плохо.
up! Contestants, please take your dishes to the back.
Huh. That guy was right. You really can't tell whose is whose just by looking at them.
We both made the same dish after all. For all her flaws, Savannah's a talented chef who earned my recommendation for good reason. She wouldn't screw up something as elementary as the cake's appearance.
Whoa! This is really rather good.
Wonderfully soft and fluffy. Beautifully sweet. This is a masterclass in how to make gâteau de bois.
I would give this one at least 9.9 out of 10. Only because there's something about the flavor of the base. It's just a little different from the recipe I'm used to.
Huh? Really? I couldn't tell.
All right, on to gâteau number 2. I haven't had a single bite and already this aroma is a delight to the senses.
I have a feeling that this gâteau will be a gâteau for the ages.
How exciting! I'm gonna dig in. I think maybe someone got a little carried away when they were adding the sugar.
Not just the sugar, it's the flavors too. This is all over the place. Who made this?
It appears the decision is unanimous. This gâteau is far below the standard we would expect.
And Paimon thought this might actually be close. Turns out she can't bake to save her life.
Something's not right here. Savannah may not be perfect, but no way is she this sloppy.
I can now declare that the creator of the first gâteau has won this cooking contest. Now, all that remains is to turn the plate over and reveal the chef's name underneath.
What? It's Savannah?
No, that's impossible!
Hey, Savannah! You cheated, didn't you? You cheater! What did you do? Oh, you swapped the plates, didn't you?
Well, someone's a sore loser. These cakes went from the oven to the judge's table without me ever laying a finger on them. And everyone here can attest to that. It was Vanejem's staff who labeled them in the kitchen. If you're looking to accuse someone, why don't you start with them? Isn't it more likely that Escoffier's lost her edge? Oh, or maybe her assistants let the team down.
You take that back!
Judges, we demand a rematch.
That's enough. What's done is done. As head chef, or rather as team lead, I take responsibility for the dish I served. Whatever went wrong and however it happened, I should have spotted it. Savannah, I didn't think you'd stoop this low just to beat me in a bake-off. What happened to your chef's pride?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you want the Codex de Boer that much, you can have it.
Escoffier, no!
But you must promise me that you'll apologize to Firma and compensate him for everything you put him through.
It's a little late to be negotiating terms. The contest is over, and I won. That means you owe me the codex, and I owe you nothing.
Look, Savannah, you may have fooled everyone else, but can you really fool yourself? What I'm offering is to accept defeat without looking to expose what you've done. But only on the condition that you promise to stop putting so much pressure on your staff.
Fine. I'll treat this as your final handover of duties from one head chef to the next. So, will that be all, ex-head chef? Or is there any other unfinished business you'd like to leave in my hands?
I didn't mean that to be a scolding from your former boss, just a word of advice from a fellow chef and a friend. But I don't know if you're even open to input from other people anymore.
I know what I'm doing. I don't need your advice.
All right, fine. I'm glad to hear it.
Escoffier!
The Codex de Boer! Finally. Now, at long last, I will succeed.
Escoffier? How could you let her get away with this?
Yeah! The Codex is a souvenir of your time here! Doesn't that mean anything to you?
It's all right. It was just a bake-off, not the end of the world. I'm already over it. Besides, it's not all bad. She agreed to compensate Firma. That's mission accomplished for the Spina. Honestly, if I'd have known that giving her the Codex would solve everything, I'd have just done that in the first place. I mean, why bother with the whole cooking contest? It's such a waste of time and energy.
Вот это.
No. No! This doesn't make any sense!
Huh?
That's it? No secrets, no nothing? I don't believe it! This can't be happening.
Oh, Chef Savannah!
Savannah?
It's nothing life-threatening. Just a lot of pent-up stress and exhaustion.
Oh, I knew it.
Pent up stress?
The truth is, however hard she might be on the rest of us, the person she puts the most pressure on is herself.
Yes, there are nights when she makes us redo things over and over into the wee hours. But for her, it's every night. She'll hide herself away in the kitchen, working on new techniques and recipes, and only realize how long she's been at it when we come to work the following morning.
Why would she do that?
Our best guess is, she doesn't want to be seen as less of a chef than Escoffier.
And there it is.
Even so, that's no excuse for taking her anger out on the rest of you.
Yeah, and it's definitely no excuse for cheating in the cooking contest.
Huh, about that, we honestly have no idea how she did it. We focused on our own work the whole time, like she asked.
Leo and Gallia were the one I tasked with labor. I had already spoken to them. They lost to...
Not to worry. Come on. I'll incur a guilty toe myself.
Так.
Well, how is it? Have you figured out what it was?
Oh, this is aggravated assault on my palate. I'd rather eat wet cement than this.
Is it really that bad? I made sure to taste test it before it was served.
Oh, relax. this isn't your cake. Savannah never switched the plates. The offending flavors are coming from in between the icing and the cake base, which means someone tampered with it while it was being made. Or in other words, we have a traitor in our midst.
I'm sorry. I was forced into it. It was Chef Savannah. She said if I didn't cooperate, she would...
Calm down, Monica. I've already accepted defeat. And if I wanted retribution, I would have brought this up when the results were announced.
Нормально.
Whatever's going on with you, just spill the beans. There's no need to hide it.
I was the one who caused the food safety incident that one time.
Food safety? Wait, you mean the Lumaline incident? So you procured the contaminated ingredients?
I think so. Savannah and I were on procurement that day. I didn't check everything as well as I should have, and so I let contaminated ingredients make it into the kitchen. But I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I had no idea there was an issue with them, and I didn't know it would end up with Escoffier going to jail. But the last thing I expected was for Savannah to use it as leverage to blackmail me with...
This is crazy! So Savannah pressured you into sabotaging Escoffier's cake by threatening to expose your secret if you didn't?
I know, it's terrible. I'm so sorry. I was so scared. The thought of Chef Escoffier finding out that I put her in jail, it made me freeze up with fear. I thought Escoffier would hate my guts if she ever found out, and yet somehow that's ended up in me doing something even worse.
Seriously? All this fuss over a little slip-up?
Huh?
Firstly, it's not like I got a life sentence. I did my stint at the fortress, and now I'm out. And secondly, I had my own reasons for leaving the Hotel de Boer. This wasn't the only factor. So, you don't need to feel ashamed or frightened or anything like that. Any more than you need to add butter when you're pan-searing foie gras.
You mean... you forgive me?
Oh, well, I'm not saying you don't have to take responsibility for your mistakes. You should tell Vanagem to mark down your performance for the past few months. Then do some digging and find out exactly where those contaminated ingredients came from. Sure, you've made mistakes, but now's the time to fix them. Understood?
Understood.
Good. Now, back to Savannah. What about the original codex would compel her to resort to blackmail?
I have my suspicions. Not that I've got any proof to back them up, though.
Ugh. What happened to me?
I've overheard some customers murmuring about how the Hotel de Boer hasn't been the same since Escoffier left. They think our menu doesn't taste like it used to, especially our signature items.
Now that you mention it, I noticed it during the contest too. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the flavor seems subtly different from how it used to be. But the difference was so small, I'm sure no one would notice it besides our most loyal customers and true dessert connoisseurs.
Still, as head chef, it's easy to see why Savannah would get so hung up on it. So many times I've seen her make the cake base over and over again, late into the night, determined to match Escoffier's version. But something's always slightly off every time.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Never really gave it much thought, though.
Thinking back on it now, it's clear that Savannah's been in a downward spiral ever since Escoffier left.
She wants to prove that she can fill Escoffier's shoes. That's gotta be the reason. But after countless setbacks, she's getting more and more unhinged. And at some point along the way, she switched from doubting herself to doubting Escoffier.
Doubting Escoffier? For what?
Yeah, it would explain why she was bent on getting the original at any cost. She must have thought Escoffier purposely omitted key details from her recipes when she copied them out. Also, she could retain her place as the #1 chef in Fontaine, the only one privy to all the secrets of the trade.
Oh, for goodness sake. What a stupid idea.
Of course. Then she finally got the codex only to discover that the secret recipes she's been pining for don't exist at all. Seeing how utterly wrong she was must have been a real shock to the system. It probably brought up everything at once. It overwhelmed her, and she passed out.
There's still one thing that doesn't make sense, though. If Savannah had the real recipe all along, how come it tasted different? She might not be on the same level as Escoffier, but surely after like 50 attempts, she'd get it right one of those times.
You'd think so, but geniuses like Escoffier are in a league of their own.
Так, ну.
New head chef, you say? What's her name? I don't think I've heard of her before.
I wonder, can the Hotel de Boer keep its edge without Escoffier at the helm?
This tastes different from last time. Is it undercooked or something?
Take this. It's a copy of the Codex de Boer. From now on, you will be its keeper. Don't listen to the doubters. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Even if you don't believe in yourself, at least believe in me. Hey, did you hear me? Once I'm gone, the restaurant is all yours.
All this time, I've been blaming other people, but maybe I'm the problem.
Нормально. В итоге это обвинил себя. Ой, других, а сам виновата.
Savannah's awake now, but I don't think she's ready to speak to anyone yet. Let's give her the day to calm down. I'm sure you'll have the chance to talk everything out tomorrow.
In that case, I'll go and update Vermont and his family. I wonder what he'll make of all this.
So, we'll come back tomorrow then.
That was a long day. I think I've earned myself a sweet treat when I get back home.
Oh, nice! Macarons? Or are you gonna switch it up this time?
Traveler, how much do you know about the snow-winged goose? Every year, they migrate long distances in search of a suitable home. There's always one goose at the front whose job is to lead the flock. Fontaine poets often use the image of that goose to explore the ideas about leadership and genius. They usually imagine someone who's a cut above the rest, a model of perfection. But what those poets don't know is that during a migration, the lead goose is always changing. Once the lead goose shows signs of fatigue, it retreats to the back of the flock, and allows another goose to take its place. So the truth is that leadership, with all the responsibilities and pressures that come with it, it's something that everyone takes turns at. But we humans completely miss that fact when we project our own ideas about social hierarchies onto them. I guess what I'm saying is, I don't buy into this notion that there's some sort of gulf between normal and genius. Cooking is science, not magic. Given same ingredients, recipe, and same environment, I see no reason why two different people shouldn't be able to create the exact same dish. Of course, some people have a more sensitive palate than others, and some people are just born bolder or more conscientious. But these are all variables that can be accounted for with time and practice. I'd have no reason to expect so much from others if I believed that perfection can only come from the hands of a genius. The only reason I hold people to high standards is because, well, I believe they're capable of greatness.
Пусть будет.
Okay,
Вот этот
I've made
ответ.
up my mind. I'm gonna get to the bottom of why Savannah failed. And come tomorrow, I'll give her the scolding of her life, pointing out all the mistakes she's made along the way. Then she'll finally see the error of her ways.
Так, опыт книги, монеты, кристаллы. Так, подостать следующий день, да? А, во! Ой, блин, не понимаю. Это, этот... Последняя часть, да, это вот тут квеста будет, что вот уже дают. Так, давайте мы сначала еще сходим. Вот сюда. Надо этот.
Ad Astra
После...
Abyssosk. Welcome to the
Задать так. Всех. Повторить.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for completing.
Так. Теперь вот тут. Потратить смолу. Так. Нет, а что мне по... Блин, вот этого, конечно, не хватит, да? Так. Кому я тут пытался... Есть какой-нибудь, кто не до 20-го? А пусть будет вот это. Но этого не хватит. Чтобы там сделать это задание. посмотрим. Блин. Блин, не хватает. Так. Смолу потратить надо где-нибудь, да? Главное вот пойти, чтобы ее... Блин. Да ведь, а что нам нужно? Сейчас, стоп. Стоп был. Допустим. Опять не... Стоп. Кого мне бы... А, ну пусть давайте вот. Характеристики.
I created another universe and founded paradise.
Ah.
I, Fischl, and the princess and
Автоматически. Давайте. Так. Для нее нам как раз нужно...
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the princess and
Создать могу? Не, пойти. Вот туда. Посмотрите на... Убиваем вот этого босса. С вами. Давай, быстрее. Есть. Так, да блин. Мимо, да? А, нет. Попадает по нему. Это хорошо.
No ingredients for me today. Nice and spicy. Eat this. Boba, get them. Race you.
Ну. И зачем проситься? Не понятно даже, кто это, но он. Так, теперь воздушной смолы за 5 дней, блин. Сколько я еще потратил? 200. Сейчас терпите. Во.
Race you.
Try and stop me!
Race you. Nice and spicy.
Light it up!
Boba, get them.
Burn it down!
Nice and spicy. Race you.
Блин.
Boba, get them.
Давай. А, нет. Лучше ко мне стоп, надо с... Блин.
Race
Ага.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Nice and spicy! Race you! Boba, get them! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Eat this!
Это сделал? А, вот это вот, да. Чтоб удалить боссов. Ну, допустим, 4. Будет это, тогда действительно, если я убью вот этого еще раз.
Boba, get them! Nice and spicy! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Race you! Help! My dinner is attacking Boba! Get them! You're toast!
Коба, или как напомню? Давай, ну блин.
Race you!
Light of the blazing sun!
Nice and spicy!
Так, было 4, да? 5. А, нет, смотрите, засчитывает. Ну, я еще раз могу убить босса, да? Давайте сделаем. Ну,
Get them!
а, блин, мог еще по нему побить. Но она...
Nice and spicy. Race you! Booba, get them! Nice and spicy.
Блин, ладно.
Race you! Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Так, хватит? Да.
Nice and spicy!
А. Так. Блин, еще много нужно. Так, нам, чтобы стать 5 либо 7, да, следующего дня. Вроде вот так. Ну, 5.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go foraging for ingredients.
Так быть, я хотел... Ой, Это уже конец, что типа 3 часа. Вот, получается, что, да?
Why are we here so early? Our meeting with Vanigem isn't for a while. Check on her? Why? What happened? Oh no. Escoffier, are you alright?
I'm fine. Just need to
В
get
чем
some
тут
more
дело,
coffee
Пейдж?
in me. Huh? What happened to my coffee? Did I really drink it all? All right. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Well, there's cooking facilities here. Or we could just grab a cup of coffee.
Пойди, а что он тут делает?
But either
Стоп.
way, hurry.
Зачем так много этих толтов? Так. Кофе, да? А его достать? Подождите.
Hello, what can I get for you? Sure thing, we're here to go. Huh? Oh, I see. First cup of the season. Yeah, I get it. Young people these days do love their little surprises.
Этим. Сначала вот так. Быстрей будет.
Coffee. Need coffee.
Кофе. Так выйдет по заданию.
I smell coffee.
А невероятно пьет
I
этого
feel much
кофе,
better
а?
now. Thank you so much, Traveler and Paimon.
Glad to hear it. But make sure to catch up in your sleep when you get the chance.
I think I figured out where the problem lies. Honestly, it's ridiculous. I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Wait, what investigation? What are you guys talking about?
I'll save it for when everyone else gets here. It's so stupidly small. I can't believe it's caused so much drama. Yes, except my failures were stepping stones to success.
Escoffier, have you seen Savannah?
Huh? No, not since yesterday. Why? What's wrong?
After seeing her home yesterday, we were all a little concerned about how she was doing. So, I dropped by her place early this morning to check on her. Only to find an empty house with the doors wide open. I left Alphonse and the others to keep watch at her home, while I checked the Hôtel de Bord. I'm worried something bad might have happened. If she's not here, then where could she be?
Boss, Escoffier, bad news.
Alphonse? You're supposed to be keeping watch at Savannah's house.
We were, but then, just after you left, we found this stuff in her house.
Oh, looks like a map with a bunch of random places circled. What is...
Wait a second. This feels familiar. I'm sure these places are all connected somehow. Of course! From the Codex! They're all places that Modeste explored on his adventures. Yeah, but... I don't understand. The adventure logs in the Codex are too fragmented to be of any use. How come this map shows all the missing details?
The Codex de Bord? Then, this place marked in red out at sea. Could that be the fabled birthplace of Gâteau de Bord?
Seriously? So now she set her sights on finding the original recipe and beating Escoffier that way? Geez, Savannah. Anything to overcome a gâteau plateau, huh?
Ugh, idiot! Does she have a death wish? Those ruins are thousands of years old.
Hold on, there's more. Besides the map, we also found these letters.
Понятно.
It was you. You let the Lumaline through, didn't you? It sounds like a threat letter. Does this mean that Savannah was responsible for the safety incident? And not Monica after all?
Retrieve the Codex by any means necessary. So the cooking contest and the cheating. Someone else was behind her pulling the strings?
Keeping true recipe to herself.
Ugh, this is all such a mess. Paimon needs a second to process this. First, we thought that Savannah forced Monica to cheat in the cooking contest. But now, it turns out that someone else forced Savannah to force Monica to cheat?
You're finally here. Of course. I should have put two and two together as soon as I read your threat letter. The food safety incident, the demand for a cooking contest, the instruction to blackmail Monica, even the suggestion that Escoffier was keeping from me. It was all part of your grand plan, wasn't it, Monica?
We should be getting close to the spot marked on the map.
Of all the stupid things she's done, this really takes the cake. The moment we find her, I'm gonna curse the living daylights out of her.
Пап, погоди. Блин, ладно. Тогда лучше.
There's still a long road ahead.
Пойдет вот так. О! Ну, это, побегать цене. Ну да, давайте побегаем. Но я не буду пытаться ее выбивать. Блин. Если сейчас сок у меня. Если пытаться, то я явно не хватит, поэтому пока дают, будем пользоваться моментом.
Whoa, this place looks like an underwater restaurant, doesn't it? Suddenly, the idea of an adventure chef finding secret ingredients makes a whole lot more sense.
I think Modest's codex mentioned this place. A public bath from the time of Remoria. So yeah, definitely the kind of place that would have served food and drinks.
Huh? Some blubber beasts have come to join the party? How did they get here? Aw, they ran off!
That could be easier said than done. Something's blocking the entrance.
Well, did Modeste mention it in his adventure logs by any chance? They must have gotten through somehow.
Good point. Yes, that's right. It's coming back to me now.
We prepared a banquet for our shy little guests, and as the food flowed away on the current, they broke into a joyous chorus, and the path opened to us.
We have to feed the blubber beasts? With what? There's nothing here besides rocks, romaritime flowers, and lumitoile. See, this is why you should always bring snacks. You never know when you're gonna need them. Now we have to head all the way back to shore and grab some.
There is no time for that. Romaritime flowers and lumitoile will have to do. They may not look appetizing to us, but who knows? They could be blubber beast delicacies.
Wait, we're seriously gonna try this?
Точно, да? Ой, видим. Так. Один. Ну, стоп. Раз, два, три, 4. 5. По сути. Допустим. Блин, поеди. Стоп, 3. Теперь 2.
Blubber beasts or not, are we sure this stuff is edible?
Trust me, they'll love it.
Oh, good question. If we try to put them in the pool, we'll probably just scare them off again, and who knows how long they'll be gone.
Yes, we can't afford to wait for them to double back. Oh, what was it that Modeste said again? Something about the food flowing away on the current.
Ну. Так, а мне надо тебе как-то их сразу?
The tracks turned back again. Oh, so annoying.
Wow, it's really singing! It must taste better than Paimon thought!
Нельзя было сразу приготовить? Ой, блин, подождите. Как? Вопрос. А, 6, по идее, да? Блин, немножко не так, ладно, стоп. Где-то 2. А, вот, не, стоп. Есть 2. Отлично.
Hey, it's open!
Понять надо, вот тут сундук забрать, ну стоп. Не факт, что мы сюда идем. Да, пойдем. Вот, сейчас, стоп. Потерять нужно. Вы была это, блин, выйки. Аника. Да, блин, сейчас как-то. Он работает. Это персонал.
Hey, give me your water.
Here.
I said your water, the one you just drank out of?
Sure.
All those years slaving away under Escoffier, and then you. Today, it's finally paying off. Not only have I found the ruin that Savelli kept hidden, but I also get to boss you around like my little lapdog. Hey, go scout ahead for me. If we need to do any more blast tunneling, I want to know where to lay the explosives. Did you not hear me? Get going.
Why don't you do it yourself?
Oh, when did you learn to fight back? You're always so compliant when I give you instructions by letter.
That's because you threatened to expose me for the Lumiline incident. I swear, if I'd known what you were planning, I'd never have...
Ha! Don't be so self-righteous. Admit it, you've always been jealous of Escoffier. That's why you lapped up everything I told you. You were terrified of her finding out about your part in the Lumiline incident, and you resented the way her reputation hung over you. So you jumped at the chance to convince yourself that she was the villain, that she deliberately hid her secret recipes from you just to hold you back. It was the only excuse you needed to justify getting back at her. First, idolization, then jealousy, suspicion, and self-deception. That's what this comes down to. It was the same story with Savelli and my ancestor. He offered Modeste his friendship only to murder him out of vanity. He promised to explore the world with him, only to later destroy all records of their adventures. It's a miracle I even found this place. You have no idea the countless hours I spent piecing it all together. So you see, you're no better than Savelli. If you can't beat him, betray him, right?
I am no Savelli, nor will I ever be.
Oh, put a lid on it. You really think you can absolve yourself of your vindictive and jealous behavior now? Just because you finally realize that Escoffier never kept any secrets from you? You didn't show any remorse when she left, or in the cooking contest. Why start
Блин,
now? You have no
мне
right
в
to
принципе
redemption.
сейчас уже скромно будет
right.
ходить. Блин, надо
don't
хотя бы
deserve her
попытаться закончить этот...
I'm done being bullied into submission by you.
Ooh,
Сейчас, погоди,
feisty.
пока пусть не говорят, я
You should watch your
включу
tone. Talking to me like that could
это
get
звук
you in big trouble.
микрофона.
I somehow doubt that. Since I poisoned both our water bottles.
What?
Ever since I learned the truth, I've been biding my time, waiting for this moment. You've played me like a fiddle for so long, and now this is payback!
But you drank it too.
It's what we both deserve. This is the price we must pay for betraying Escoffier. You'll die here with me, Monica!
You.
What's so funny?
Oh, you're too much. I thought I'd play along for a bit just to amuse myself. You gave a very rousing performance. I saw your dumb plan a mile off. There's no poison in these bottles, just clean, fresh water.
No.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, you know? Did you really think your half-baked plot would fool me? You're a lousy chef, and you make a lousy villain, too. A complete waste of space. No wonder you never amounted to anything.
Everything I ever did was a failure. And now, I failed again, for the last time.
Hey, why don't you try your hand at being a comedian in your next life? You got a good laugh out of me. But now the show's over. You should have just done like I asked, Savannah. All I wanted you to do was scout the ruins for me. But you had your chance, and now it's time to say goodbye.
Stop right there!
Let her go, Monica! We've got you surrounded!
Escoffier?
Ugh, looks like I'll have to keep you around for a little longer.
You can't!
Stay back if you want her alive! Escoffier and the Traveler. I can't take you both on in combat, but if you so much as flinch, I can end Savannah's life in a heartbeat.
Monica, what are you hoping to achieve by this? You're about to commit murder, and for what? A recipe?
A recipe? You chefs are all blinded by your myopic focus on kitchen affairs. Well, some of us actually have bigger fish to fry.
Так.
Modeste had a secret. The truth behind his so-called genius, the je ne sais quoi factor in his Gâteau de Bourg, and it's right here in these ruins.
Are you serious? You're here because of a Gâteau de Bourg obsession? You've gone completely mad.
I couldn't care less about the cake itself. No, the real treasure is the secret ingredient that Modeste sourced from these ruins. He and Savelli were fools. A priceless treasure of Remoria in the palms of their hands, and they thought, ooh, this would go great in our cake mix. We're talking about a powerful stimulant that also sharpens the senses. That's no cooking ingredient. It's a groundbreaking drug. That's right, I've done my research. It was a drug that Remoria developed for their war machine. I could make a killing by selling it to the treasure hoarders or the Fatui.
Will you listen to yourself? You're completely delusional.
My eyes are wide open. Just wait till I get my hands on this treasure. You'll see what a fool you've been.
Wait, what's that sound?
Just when I thought she couldn't get any crazier. She's lucky the whole place didn't collapse.
Uh-oh, Savannah's gone too.
Monica must have taken her. Oh, what a
Так, привет.
coward. She's only taken her hostage because she knows
Как
that she's
сейчас
no match for
сможешь
you.
найти это событие?
That's true. Even if she finds the treasure, she'll need
Здесь
Savannah
час,
alive if she wants to get out of here
но у
in
меня
one
нет
piece.
времени.
Oh, well, our path's been blocked, so let's look for another route.
Мне через несколько
The
минут
water
уже
looks
надо
pretty
будет это
deep here.
уходить.
Maybe it leads somewhere.
Так, ну такого тут нету, да? Блин, я не помню. Вот. Не, ну блин, это такой спидодраться под водой, конечно.
They were probably awakened by the explosion just now. Alright, Knife Skills 101. Time for some rough chopping. Try and stop me! Show no fear.
Блин, нет!
Right.
Она...
You're in for a little shock.
Что, нельзя? Ага, я понял. Вас.
Another door? Guess we need to prepare another
И что,
feast for our
блин,
guests.
короче, я не успею пройти, походу. Два, да? Примерно. Хорошо. 4.
No recipe, no problem. An inspired melange.
В смысле? Не работает.
No recipe, no problem.
Подождите, мысли не работает. Блин, а как я...
No recipe, no problem. An inspired melange. Adaptive frosting.
Так, стоп. 3. Вот так. То есть я не могу, потому что, блин, ну вы... Давай быстрей. Там же... Либо она уже не будет это ходить.
It seems to really like the texture of Rome maritime flowers.
Так, нам 3... 4.
Off to the breather.
Блин. Одно. Давайте начнем, значит, стоп. 5. Примерно 6. Блин. О, есть.
Off to the breather. Triumph. A dash of frosting. I never knew you could process Lumitwol like that. Alright, I've got to jot this down. Lumitwols and maritime flowers. This could open the door to a whole new world.
Yep, that's literally the plan. Wait, hold on. Which door are you talking about?
That's strange. These don't look Grimoirian to me.
Adventurers from last century Fontaine, huh? Oh, Modeste and Savelli, do you think they camped here?
By the looks of it, this was a one-person camp. They had
То есть,
ventured together.
пусть они пока говорят,
Maybe one of them came back alone at a later
и
date.
я уже это буду потихоньку собираться,
Oh, you really think so?
чтобы ходить.
Trust our adventurers'
Поэтому
instincts. We're
Сейчас пока что отключу этот микрофон.
Okay, well, the Traveler has more adventuring experience overall, but Paimon's definitely a pro rummager from all those treasure chests. Darn it! Paimon was just about to show off her rummaging skills!
Huh, no kidding. Are all adventurers so obsessed with journaling? I mean, I guess I take a lot of notes when I'm cooking as well, but I thought that was just me.
Anyway, let's find out who was here.
It's been years since I've last visited these ruins. It's exactly the way I remember it. This place probably hasn't changed in millennia. Sadly, up above, on dry land, everything has changed. The treasure of Remoria. That's what we used to call it. Modeste was right about its potential. It turned Gâteau de Bourg into a national sensation. Our limited stock of the substance meant that the gâteau could only be produced on a small scale. But this only drove up the popularity all the more. Modeste was right about that too. He predicted all of it. He was praised as a genius, while I, as the one person who'd ever disagreed with him, was labeled a talentless fool. Modeste tried his best to console me, but I knew better than anyone just how great the gulf was between us. Our conversations grew scarce, and we saw less and less of each other. I didn't fight it. He had new friends and a career of his own. Why invite further disdain by inserting myself where I did not belong? I told myself that maybe one day, when I finally created a masterpiece of my own, I'd be able to face him without shame. Or maybe one day, when I've put these feelings of self-loathing behind me, I'd be able to ask him with a smile on my face, how about we go on one more adventure, for old time's sake? Unfortunately,
So it was Savelli. From the sounds of it, he came back after Modeste had already died.
I always thought it was just a legend. But if it's true, then this must be the place where they found their secret ingredient, the birthplace of Gâteau de Bourg.
In that case, what does that say about the death of Modeste? If it's all true, maybe Savelli really did have something to do with it.
the taste of Gâteau de Bourg has changed. I was convinced of this, even though everyone swore they couldn't tell. Being the perfectionist that he was, he refused to accept even the slightest flaw in his work. He stopped all sales of the product, locked himself away in the kitchen, and worked day and night, going to find out where he had gone wrong. But as and taste tested over and over again, he found he only strayed further and further from the original taste. It was only when he was sipping on coffee one day and realized he could not taste the bitterness, the truth finally dawned on him. What had changed was not the gâteau, but his sense of taste. The treasure of Remoria stimulates the senses, taste included, and invigorates the spirit. In the short term, it offers people the ultimate gourmet experience, but in the long term, it dulls their senses entirely. In hindsight, it made perfect sense. After all, why would a culture that sought liberation from the constraints of their bodies care for the loss of their senses? But we realized it too late. We were just too late. Over the course of his many culinary experiments, Modeste exhausted the remaining supply of the treasure of Remoria. He consumed it all himself. The finest culinary talent of his generation now faced a future in which he would never be able to taste anything ever again. Finally, in despair, he took his own life. And because we had become estranged, I could not be there to stop him, to offer some words of comfort, or even to say goodbye. Yet despite everything, he sent me his final letter.
The treasure of Remoria? Guess Monica was really onto something. It really was a kind of drug.
Так, блин. И сейчас бегать надо будет в этом данном том и закончить этот стрим. И что придем, когда приду, потом с этого места и продолжим.
Modeste told me everything in his final letter. His was a tale of how even a genius could fail, and how much more devastating it is when it happens. Did he hope I would gain some personal catharsis from knowing the truth? Or maybe he wished for me to warn the public about the dangers of Gâteau de Bourg, proving that I had been right all along. But if the public ever learned how Modeste's greatest triumph became his undoing, his fall from grace would be swift and merciless. 1 minute a genius, the next a joke. It would surely spell the end for his restaurant too. What would be his legacy then? How would future generations view everything we built together? I fear the scorn I have faced these last years would pale in comparison to the scorn shown to him by the history books. I cannot let that come to pass. I will do what I must to protect his name. It will mean tampering with his notes to remove the damning details, leaving mere fragments of our story behind. It may lead his family to suspect me of having a hand in his demise. But if that's the price of destroying all evidence of my crimes, then so be it. I would rather the world believe a tale of genius and jealousy than see his reputation in tatters. The final loose end is the evidence here, at the bottom of the sea.
Huh? What's wrong? Didn't we say Savannah should be safe for now?
So we thought, but if Monica finds out what happened to the treasure, there's no telling what she might do.
Так, блин. А, чтоб меня звыкнет, да? Или нет, не помню. Потому что у меня, по-моему, сейчас нет времени. Российский время.
The treasure of Remoria. I have found you at last. Savelli, you tried your best to bury the truth, but you underestimated the children of Modeste.
Извиняюсь, конечно, но я, скорее всего, это вот так, как можно быстрее пускаю.
But now, finally, the secret to Remoria's military might is within my grasp. The treasure of Remoria is mine! Oh, it's empty. It's empty?
Monica? Oh, we were seconds too late.
Escoffier? What's the deal with that jar?
Savelli's final act! He wanted to conceal the secret of the treasure forevermore and make sure it would never harm anyone again. So he came here after his friend's death and destroyed every last shred that remained.
This can't be happening. All the years I spent piecing together the truth, all my painstaking planning, all that for an empty jar?
Monica, don't do anything stupid. This ruin is more dangerous than you realize.
Oh, shut your pie hole!
Закрой свой рот. Чтоб чего? Да здравствует силы богов. Что смерть волком. Что там?
She's a nutcase! A liability to herself and everyone else! Well, now it's up to us to clean up the mess she's made. Take these golems out. Pyroclastic surge!
Prepare to be blown away!
Yeah, and show no fear.
Rise with the sun!
Why is this place still shaking? Either way, it's all her fault. Enough chit-chat. Let's get out of here, Traveler Escoffier, come on!
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh, no, you don't. If I can't get what I want, neither will any of you. I've got nothing to show for my life's work so far. But if I can take another so-called genius down with me in my final moment, then it was all worth it.
You're a psycho.
When did you wake up?
I may be a lousy chef, but it looks like I'm not a complete waste of space.
Traveler?
Я понял, все. Конечно, я извиняюсь, что мы там быстро пропускал, но, блин, у меня сейчас буквально вообще нет времени. Потому мы сейчас эти делки пропустим. Я, конечно, извиняюсь, но, блин. Блин, ну давайте я сейчас побыстрее это пропущу, потому что, блин.
It was my fault. Escoffier had to leave. Come back, Escoffier.
Okay, so.
Если это возможно. В принципе, да.
Why would all your staff show up?
Escoffier's
things were pretty.
Our customers know at the end of the.
No,
Well, about that.
It's been a while. Chefs of.
Firma, I'm so sorry, but.
Actually.
Huh?
We thought Firma, and as it turns out,
No way!
it can. A small.
I asked my friends
Блин, я сейчас,
at
конечно,
the
буду
Armenian
с полчаса,
Research
да?
Institute about it.
Болтать.
They said that with the low dose I was taking, well, that's what happened.
There's.
You mean.
Oh.
Let's not be too quick to. So you better make sure.
I will. I'm sorry. Is it just.
Да, уж мы поняли, давай быстрее.
What?
I felt like something was off during the cooking contest. Once I got around to checking on all the ovens in the whole, I would have figured it out the day of the bake.
No, I spent so. It all comes.
Oh, do you know how long I spent perfecting my gâteau de bois? And you clearly have no idea, genius or not. You're only a. Surely you.
I.
Haha!
What up?
So you got your mojo back?
Yeah.
Friends again!
Good. So now that's out of the way. It's time for payback. You cheated in our last bake-off, and I demand a re.
But right, and.
So grab your spatula and get ready, because this rematch is.
Hey!
The second cooking contest commences now!
This time, no more games,
Блин,
and
давайте.
no holding back!
Надеюсь, это все. Конечно. Вау. Слушай, они прям постарались, мне кажется. Над этим видео. кроликом.
I feel like I don't have the right to be here.
Hey, what are you so afraid of? You can't unbake it now. And if you don't serve it, then good or bad, you'll never find out how to improve. If you're too scared to fail, you'll never know what real
Нет,
success
можно
tastes like.
как пропустить. Я понял, в принципе, что тут происходит примерно.
Embrace your failure. Taste it. Digest it. That's the way to success.
I don't know. Sounds like it's easier said than done.
I'll do it.
The results are in.
Так, я извиняюсь, я сейчас опять пропускаю, блин.
Now, where were... I had two reasons for leaving. One was the food safety incident, of course. But the other was that the Hotel de Boer had reached a point where... So, I decided to step...
Improve?
Well, a while back, I got to know a fellow... She has that same adventurous spirit that Modeste and Sibeli had in their youth. Slime you. There's a whole world of new flavors out there waiting to be explored. Case in point, remember those romantic...
What? Paimon didn't notice at all.
And the other half?
Uh-oh. Paimon's...
In the meantime...
All right!
Oh, of course. I've already...
Surely Monaco, she practically dedicated her...
Since you mentioned the treasure, the so-called treasure of Remoria was most likely a substance that the Remoria...
Huh?
Don't forget, it was a... And as for the Lumil, even if Sibeli hadn't...
So after all that, feels strange to say about Paimon...
Hey! Huh? You just got back from... Did you see any experts?
Блин, давай быстрее!
If all...
Наконец-то! Все, отлично. Увы, всем пока. Увидимся с вами сегодня.